All right, people. Sorry I'm a little bit late, but we are here to watch the Candace Owens madness. Let me see who showed up today. Hey, everybody just looks like they're here. Let me see. How weird is this chat? Oh, you're a bot. What? What? We waiting. Candace. All right, so let me pull up the debate. I'm trying to see. It's like everybody's watching this thing, so I honestly didn't expect too many people to watch it. I was like, oh no, let me watch this thing, see what's going on. So first, just let me give everybody a little background on what's happening. Candace Owens is debating Andrew Wilson about the Charlie Kirk assassination. Now, everyone understands what's been going on. Candace has been saying that Tyler Robinson essentially is a scapegoat. He essentially is, it's he's not really the person who did the crime. So as we know, we had the preliminary hearing where the government doesn't have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, but just had to show they had enough evidence to go to trial. And the evidence they showed essentially destroyed a lot of Candace's arguments. So she's still trying to make the argument that this was Israel in some way, or there's some other mastermind behind the killing. So just to show you how crazy this thing is about how many people are watching it, let me share you guys this, because I was like, oh, let me see who's going to be going live with this, because I was actually thinking not doing it, but then I was like, my God, here it is, Candace Owen versus Andrew Wilson. So everybody wants to see this. It looks like I shouldn't be doing this because most of you might go to these other channels. Here is, I know Tatum, whatever podcast has got it up. Whatever podcast. Here is here's our boy Steve Crowder. Candace got it running on hers. Oh, look, Tim Pool, he's up into it too. So yeah, this is the debate everybody's been waiting for. So let's start talking about it. Do you guys think that Candace Owens is oh, this person got out losing. So this is me. See, I only got 116 people. Look at all these other people. I got 20,000 people and all this other stuff. Well, trust me, I love who's here. I don't even care. I was gonna watch this by myself, so I'm watching it with 300-400 people. I'm more than happy with. So my question to you people in the chat before we gotta get crazy here is, what the hell like? I've been keeping up with it, but I haven't been keeping up with it. To me. And if you're a Candace fan, please explain it to me. She seems freaking crazy. She seems nuts. The evidence to me that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk seems overwhelming. To me, it seems overwhelming. It seems like, unless there's an identical twin for Tyler Robinson, it seems overwhelming. I've seen some of her arguments, but they don't see it anything. Well, people going live in. It all depends on where you're at. If you're East Coast, it's 11. If you're my time, it's about 5 minutes. This person says Candace completely lost it. Unbelievable. Well, she may surprise us. That's why you go to the debate. I think he's a straw man. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting take. You gotta kind of lay that out a little bit, because I don't understand how you get that. Wonder what changed her mind to do this. I'm thinking she says she has the absolute proof. She says she can defend everything, and she never really runs from a debate. So I'm assuming that's what forced her into this. I think you've kind of forced her hand, because you got somebody saying, I'll debate you on this, and you're the main person saying this is all BS. So I think she kind of had to play into it. And then after we went on Joe Rogan too. So yeah, I think it was gone. I haven't been keeping up with this lately. I haven't either, because I think it's like Candace has a lot of fans who don't really care. I'm not even call them fans. I call them more acolytes. They don't care if this is true or not. They don't care. They don't care about any of the facts. It's what she tells them, and she has a great way of saying stuff without saying stuff. It's like the mob. It's like when you say this guy's got to go. I'm not saying I'm saying kill a guy, but I'm saying it in a way that makes people believe I'm not saying it. And she has a nice way of always being able to kind of dodge when she gets caught out there. Like, she'll say the sky is red, And then when somebody says, "Hey, you said the sky's red," it's obviously blue. She knows how to like slither her way out of positions like that. Well, yeah, I really didn't say it. I was just asking a question. My question was is the sky red? Could it be red? I never said it was red. Like, that type of thing. Let me see. She got paid 300K. I heard, or something crazy like that. Well, if she got paid 300K. It's going to be fantastic for her. For her. Let me do this. Let me set this up so we can watch this. All right. So I'm going to give my view. I don't know if I'm going to mess with Steven. I'm not going to give it to Candace. I know. Oh, you know what? I like PBD. So I'll give my view to them. Let's watch it with them, with the PBD people. Here it is. Here it is. Let me put it on screen so we can all see it together. There it is. They're starting. He's got 10,000 people watching. So 11 p.m. Eastern. So that's in about 3 minutes. So let me see. 300K changed her mind. Oh, 300,000. That would change a lot of minds. A lot of minds. Candace Owens, who needs facts when you have opinions. Yeah, Candace is correct, but she lost control. She has a handler and does her part. Wow. Let me see. Did Andrew get hired by Charlie's org? Is that why this is happening? I don't know. I think Andrew's kind of bad too, but I think he at least tries to keep logical points and tries to, but Andrew doesn't actually debate. That's true. But we'll see what he does now. Because to me, I think but it's the thing that's interesting me about interest that has me interested in this debate, because they both use the same tactics against their opponents. And it's interestingly enough, some positions I do agree with Candace on, and I do agree with Andrew on. But the tactics they use to try to convince the audience are very underhanded. So I want to see how they're going to do this. This says, Nate, you're typically on the money or not this time, but tell me why. You're saying I'm not on the money. I'm asking you why. Right? You can say that, which is great, but just tell me why. Thank you. Yeah, you got to give me more information than that. She actually said Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. I'm not joking. I think that's a joke. I think this is a joke. I think you're saying this is. Well, money talks. Yeah. Well, people say she got 300K, so that definitely talks. Good day, all. All right. So we're waiting for it to start. It's 1 minute to go. So here we go. It looks like the live button came on here. I'll put this up so we can see it. So they did go live, but they haven't put anything up. So we'll see what happens. This is it. This is stream. This is the chat. As you can see, it's live. It's on now. So I don't want to have to watch a different channel. I'm glad you're coming to the one. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks. I like Candace 5 years now. I'm 50-50. Well, it's put up or shut up, right? We're gonna see what all the BS is about. We get to see it. And we're going to react to it. So Candace has contradicted herself so many things. She's lost credibility, makes outrageous claims, promising evidence without posting it. Well, it's interesting because I never think Candace actually promises these things. Like I think she has such a great talent of insinuating it, and then is able to back out of that position. It's so fantastic the way she does it. You never really get tied down to any position. It's Egyptian planes, but not Egyptian planes. Whatever I could actually have clips of her saying one thing and then saying the exact opposite. So she has this, again, it's a talent. It's a talent to make people believe you're saying whatever they believe, right? I don't have to actually say it. I just need you to believe I'm saying it. PBD is pro-Israel, and he's the mod. That's my whole problem with the debate. So it's going to be one-sided. Maybe interesting because, again, just so everybody understands my issues are out there, so you guys understand my position. I am not anti-Israel or pro-Israel. I am pro-common sense. I don't know why we're giving all this money to Israel. I don't believe Israel, them bombing, what they're doing to the Palestinians is right. I'm America first, right? So if I'm giving you billions of dollars, it's got to work for me and my people, right? I'm not, because it's not my money, it's their money. And if I'm giving you billions of dollars, it got to work for me. And if it ain't working for me, I'm not giving you the money. So that's good. So Israel, I'm, I'm questionable about Israel. And if you get involved in politics and getting your people elected, that's not for me either. So, Israel is all cool, but an ethno state that's got a little too much power in the American government, I'm not with. When is this thing starting? They're still live here. Maybe they're still arguing out. Good to see you live, Nate. Hey, King Buck, what's going on? Good to see you too. Nate the GOAT. Thank you. Even though it all depends on who you talk to. What's going on? Why did they start this debate yet? I gotta make me check other channels, see what the hell's going on. Let me see. Hey, when canceled? Somebody put canceled. With Team Candace, Team Kansas, Andrew backed out last minute. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. The chat is saying all kinds of crazy stuff. So I'm looking at the chat. Let me see. Yeah, right here in the chat on the side. I don't know. Inception streaming. I don't know. Let me go. Now, Andrew Wilson, the grifting alpha male. I mean, their stuff too. Candace backed out last second like this. I stopped watching or subscribing. What? Hold on. Let's see what I'm doing. Right, let me turn this off so it stops slamming here. All right, so let me see what's going on the interwebbies to see what the hell's going on. Because they're supposed to be debating right now. We're kind of like 3 minutes in. They turn the live button on. All right. So if I don't know, let me check this out. All right, Candace has got it going on too. She started so maybe they were trying to say we're gonna do it through one or I don't know what the hell's going on, but Candace is up. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. All right, this looks good. But now I think it seems like they have some technical difficulties. Oh my god. This is going to be crazy. All right, the internet is losing it over LC at resurface. What? All right, what I'm doing, just so you guys can see, I'm keeping my eye on X, so to see like what's going on, like because people are saying this dropped out. Then I'm looking at the other channels, so you guys can see what I'm looking at. But I'm just trying to make sure that this thing is still going on because we're kind of a couple of minutes in. Yes, and civil law. What's going on? All right, so let me see this. Hold on. Yeah, Candace is not live yet. No one's live yet. So here's Candace's stream. She's still on pause. She's not live. So no one is live with this yet. Just in case people are going around, I'm looking at them all. Nobody's live with this. It looks like it's just we just waiting. So, well, also for those of you who are waiting, want to see my next video is coming out right after this stream, and it's a story of this cop, this crazy cop, and she joined a street gang while she was a cop, which is like unbelievable. But yeah, that story is coming live right after this. But it's insanity. It's funny because I have so many of these stories with these cops, judges, mayors just doing some of the wild and craziest stuff. It's like unbelievable. Let me see. Nate, Candace probably backed out after Robinson just 2 days ago. No, but then why don't we go all the way to this last point? I don't know. This is crazy. Love your content. Oh, thank you. I try to just look at it and try to be factual, even though I get killed a lot of the times, especially like by the trans community's after me now because I keep saying, I understand inclusion and everything, but there's limits to this stuff. And now it's funny. I feel like Bernie and AOC are now saying what I was saying 3 years ago when I was being called this and that. Now to watch Bernie and AOC say that crap, it's like, okay, Bernie's saying defund the police is ridiculous. No serious person. AOC is saying woke one is crazy. So they came around. but it had to be like 5 years after, the woke one craziness, as AOC says. What's going on here? I'm still looking to see what's going on. Let's check in on Candace again, see what she's doing. Is she? Yeah, so she's got her starting soon up here. What is CP? Well, it's CP time, right? CP time, not CPT. So CP time is colored people time, but it's an old joke. Black people are late all the time. It's funny. It's weird because when I make, because I think things like this is funny, right? Like racist jokes and things of that nature. I don't care. They're funny. It's overgeneralizing particular groups. People have been doing it for years. But now we live in a woke world where you can't tell these racist jokes. It's like, oh my God, you're racist. It's so funny because, if you see my group of guys, right? My group of guys that I hang out when we go on vacation, we all tell, we got white guys, Asian guys, everything, right? We all tell racist jokes all the time. You just see people get so offended. Like, oh my God, you said this. Like I told the white boy, I told him how his father feels that he's, hanging out with a N-word, and the guy at the bar almost had a heart attack. I'm like, damn, obviously we're cool with it. Maybe they're on Utah time. Maybe that's not what Patrick Betts said. Why are we waiting? What's going on? Yeah, colored people time. I don't know what to say. I'm so glad you streamed, Nate. Always watching this. Thank you. I might play a little bit of my video until these people get started, because it seems like they're just, I don't know what's going on with them, but they are definitely not ready yet. Maybe it's a format issue. What do you guys think? What do you guys think is going on? Like, now I'm curious. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Candace is always running late. Yeah, that's true. But what do we? Yeah, 8 minutes in, and they're still running late. I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, I'll play part of my video so you guys can see it. I was gonna make it members only at first, but I was like, I'll just release it first. So I'll play let me see if I can find it to play the opening of it so you guys can see it. My YouTube numbers have been horrible. But that's just because I know I haven't been able to, because I know you guys know that I've been sick, and it's been a struggle. It has been a real hell of a struggle to get back to where I was at. But I feel like I feel better, and now that it told me it's about a year since they took out my brain tumor. So all right. So I am looking. They're still waiting for this debate. They're still waiting. They got this Candace thing on the little bottom, but all right. So here we go. Let me show you guys what the new video is going to be about. I think I'm gonna put my headphones in for this, which I should have had them in anyway. Why is Andrew pulled out? Why has Andrew pulled out? So is he pulled out? All the channels from whatever, all this is like being simulcast everywhere. So matter of fact, I'm about to go start seeing what other people are saying about this, because this doesn't make any sense. All right, here's the intro to my next video so you guys can get a taste of what's coming. This is crazy. This is a crazy story. Check this out. This is a crazy story about a deputy sheriff who joined a street gang.
Diana Santiago is charged with violation of oath, conspiracy to purchase or possess narcotics, and illegal street gang activity.
And she got caught out there because she's calling him while he's in prison, not knowing that they record all phone calls in and out of jail.
Almost every jail call is recorded.
I love seeing your beautiful face. You just give me life, bro.
No one should know that better than a law enforcement officer.
I love you.
I love you more.
You can even see her in uniform waving to another inmate.
So let's talk. Yeah, this story is crazy. Now, this woman's been arrested for gang activity because she was banging the one gang member he's in there for murder, by the way. Then they break up because they found out she's dating a gang member. She breaks up with that guy. Then she dates another member of the same gang. But this time, she's helping him. It's like a crazy story. And you're talking about, like, even she was even caught looking up people, looking people up for the street gang. Like, they're like, yo, look this guy up. And she is looking people up for the street gang.
Right, go to one of them kids. Go down. Him with Jay. Go right there with him with Jay. Right here, the girl, right here, the fat girl. No, you can't see it, play. Go out there. Go in the orange.
Yeah, so that's the next video coming out where you get to see the cop actually doing all this stuff for the gang, telling them where, it's, and the wild part about the story is not that she's doing this, right? Obviously she's doing this and all this stuff, but the wild part is that she's doing it on a video call to jail because, jails record all incoming and outgoing stuff. So she's doing it and being recorded doing all this stuff. So they caught it all on camera. It's like, how stupid can you be? But that's the next story coming out. Let me get back to this. What the hell's going on? All right, so we're in. So now it's investigation time. Now I got to look around. What the hell is going on? Oh, I got a couple super chats. Maybe it's Utah time. We said that, but that's cool. Oh, this is crowd pleaser. Cheers, Nate. Tip your bartender. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $10. All right. Who is Andrew Wilson? He's from the Whatever podcast. He does, he does this type of stuff. But let me go. Let me see what's going on. So what I'm going to do, I think the best thing to do right now, because I'm looking on my notifications on X because I have Andrew Wilson set up, but I don't see anything. I don't see he dropped out of the debate or anything. I don't see anything from Patrick David or the crew saying that he dropped out. And I am now going to look at, let me look to see what everybody else is saying. Candace is still not live, so I'm going to get out of that. I thought she might be live. So I'm just looking at everybody who's live with this and see. They're live, but PD, the actual debate host is live. Let's see. Let me share this screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to see. Let's see what they're doing on Whatever podcast. He's waiting. Now this is Andrew's thing. He's waiting. You can tell there's nothing going on there. Who else is live? Let me filter this for live. Filter for live. All right, live. Yeah, we just want live stuff. All right. Who else is live? So we're watching that. Candace Owens, even though she says she's live, seeing what everybody else is saying. All right, Crowder.
Now, we already showed you 66% of them were wrong completely. October 29th, this is where the claim was made. So goalpost move. Yep. Now, we're away.
So Crowder's waiting for it. Crowder's waiting for it, moderated by. So he's waiting for it. And he's showing his things on Candace Owens.
Triceps, which is 90% of the arm. So that's a lot of the arm. I got a big arm. From the FBI, though, don't forget intervention with. And then you do have evidence that we met. Okay. Did we meet on that? Or did I meet with Josh to show him how to?
Outside of people who know what it meant. There's imminent danger coming. Okay. It is relating to a school. I think it's a communist underground, and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Then came September 10th. Obviously, Charlie lost his life. And a few days later, I.
Just pausing people, just so everybody knows what's going on. We're seeing what other people are doing while we wait for the debate between Andrew and Candace. They're debating the Charlie Kirk matter. Now, the reason why we're waiting is because nobody's live as of yet. So we will see. Okay. Let me go back to this. So they're showing old stuff on Candace. Andrew, Charlie Kirk showdown, 800 people watching that one, 9,000, the Crucible. Let's see what he's just essentially just got her thing up. All right, it looks like it's happening on his channel. Maybe it's not. Okay.
Book from when I was 5 years old. That's what's really fascinating to me. I went to Catholic school. They hand me
Andrew has his own channel, The Crucible, which only works if not here. Oh, Whatever podcast. Okay. So, but I saw The Crucible. He's got Tim is up. Nothing's going on over there. He's waiting to. Let me see The Crucible. The Crucible, I think it had like 9,000 things. Because I've only it is The Crucible for Andrew. Let me see. Here it is. He's got about 9,000 people watching him. And he's just got the blanker on. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Let me see. Could this sort of thing prejudice a trial? It could, but you're talking about potential juror pool because there's no jurors now. But I think we have this over thing about social media. Like everybody is on social media. There's so many people who are just not on social media, who just watch. People use the internet, but not everybody's on social media. So a lot of people, not everybody's gonna watch this. And that's what you question the jury about. So let me see. There's some other Candace stuff that I wanted to look at. So all right, it's just I don't know. Nobody. No, they're waiting. We're how many minutes? 17 minutes in. 17 minutes in, and we got nothing. Nothing. So let me see. I think I had some old Candace stuff that may have. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. All right. So here are a couple of things that people were putting up about Candace, so we can see kind of what the debate is. All right. So here's Nathan Livingston, and he's a Candace hater. Just want to make sure I'm clear about that. But here's some stuff that he had put up about Candace. So just to let everybody understand kind of like what they're going to be debating.
That's what we don't know, but we know that something's wrong with this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, no, but I know. Okay? I don't know, no, but I know. We don't know, no, but we know. So do not stop asking questions. I don't know, no, but I know. I don't know, no, but I know. Something's not right. I know it's not right, okay?
So I love this, right? I don't know, but I know. And so it's beautiful, right? You can just take any position, right? I don't know, but I know. I know, but I really don't know. So then when she's right, people say she said she knew. And when she's wrong, people say she said she didn't know, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like the level of the scam here is top notch. It's top notch. I'm going to start doing that. I know, but I don't know. So, and it gives you guys ample opportunity to go defend me. Anything I say, right? Anything I say, you can say, he said he knew. He said he didn't know. How do you know which is correct? It's beautiful. Beautiful. You got to respect the game. Just so everybody knows, I know what you're here for. You're here for the debate. They're not debating yet. When they start debating, we're over there. I'm looking at it actively, so do not worry. We are not missing the debate for this.
We don't know, no, but we know.
We don't know, but we know.
We don't know, no, but we know.
We know.
And soon, we're going to know. By the way, we do have some merch. We don't know, no, but we know is the new Candace cup that just dropped. It's pretty good. We don't know, no, but we know. And we're about to.
I know, no, but I don't know, no, Yes, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. It's amazing.
No, if you know what I mean. You can buy our We Don't Know, no, but we know brand stuff. Like I said, we restocked those cups. We don't know, no, but we know. And we don't know it. We don't know it.
So we restocked the cups, so we don't know, but obviously she did know because they did restock the cups. So it's you see how it's just throwing everything at people, and now like you're gonna have her defenders feel like, oh my God, she said she knew when it was right, but when she doesn't know, she said she didn't know. It's like you gotta respect the scams. People who don't know, but you really
don't know, but we do know, and we hit this cup. Go buy yourself a mug. Well, we don't know. Well, we kind of do know, to be honest. We don't know, but we know. We don't know, but we.
It's a form of double speech. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful hell no to the no. Hell to the no. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Just so everybody understands, we are still waiting. We are still waiting for this. Yes, we are still waiting for this particular thing to start. We don't know what's going on. We know, but we don't know. No. All right. So let's get back to Candace again. This is Candace saying that she wants to testify at Tyler Robinson's trial. Tyler Robinson is the person who allegedly killed Charlie Kirk, which I think is pretty much he killed him. That's my opinion. The word you're looking for is a cult. No, I know, but I don't know now. But I do know.
I'm actually surprised Tyler Robinson's lawyer hasn't reached out to me. What's going on here? And by the way, still nobody, not even on Tyler Robinson's defense team, you would think I would be like number one they'd reach out to. They'd be like, her inbox, the tips. I've got the names, the people who said this person lied. Here's where it was. No, they're not interested. Wake up, Tyler Robinson's defense team. I know it's a lot going on. If you're Tyler Robinson's defense, you may want to get that text message. Does anybody, we should be subpoenaing those text messages. So I asked him, did Tyler Robinson's defense lawyer reach out to you? No. You are telling me that he hasn't been like automatically subpoenaed into the court case. Why wouldn't I testify for the defense? I'm actually surprised Tyler Robinson's lawyer hasn't reached out to me. What's going on here? And by the way, still nobody, not even on Tyler Robinson.
That's crazy. Like, she really believes that the information she Googles is good enough for a trial. Murder trial. We're talking about a murder trial where this guy can get killed. What's up, Candace? Candace. This is not the way it goes. This is just not the way it goes, Candace. They're not gonna call you, and you're some online loon. It's like, yeah, somebody calls her and say Tyler Robinson's innocent. Let's use that in the trial. That's not how this works. Come on. We all know that. All right, but I don't know. All right, we read these. Hell no, yes, true. I'm the word you're looking for. It's Colt. Yes. Candace is one step away from the Rothschilds via her father-in-law, Lord Farmer. Tucker, Candace, MTV, Massey, City of London Network. Interesting. That is interesting. I didn't even think about that, but it could be. Very interesting. But I got to say, I need more evidence than, just that. That's just the way I roll. It's kind of pathetic to believe Fed slop Nate. Oh, what is Fed slop? I don't believe any of this stuff. I believe facts and evidence. You show me video and say, okay, you show me this, you show me report, then I'm starting to believe the overwhelming evidence. If Fled's just throw something at me, I'm not going to believe it. Matter of fact, this channel is built on not believing that crap. So
we're officially live.
Okay, here we go.
Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. That's I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
We got surprise
on
information.
September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd.
You got to tell me the
and
evidence.
She will not be able to demonstrate that in any way.
But
in
tell
fact,
me your
she has
evidence.
almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others.
Okay.
You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence.
Yeah, I agree. It's his opening statement, but I would like to hear, if you're saying you got all this evidence, but I got to wait for the next, introduce some of this evidence. But yeah, this is his opening statement.
Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Ooh.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
He
Get
paid
it out
his
of your
fee.
system.
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers. They're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say, yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes. Which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
But just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about, was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay. What? And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique.
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay.
Here it is.
Just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods.
You want to see
that gun? Did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene. That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught.
Candace, you're yeah, it looks like the
and I was
the research wasn't all that great.
Many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
I don't even know why.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints, for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure. that was the easy debunk.
Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but
that's an easy debunk.
A rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long. testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we
That's
don't
true,
know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis.
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace.
Is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't,
but really hard doesn't mean it's
why
impossible.
His prints are the most degraded, and you're saying he is the shooter. It's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him.
That doesn't prove. Yeah,
it said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off.
Yep, there it is.
You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
Because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
Yes.
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Because you said so much nonsense before we get there. Get to the point.
That could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously,
well, obviously, if you're in someone's home and you live with people, You may have various guns on the prints. Here's a gun here. Here's a gun. Here, you check out my gun. Like, for instance, Uncivil comes to my house. I've shown him my guns. He's grabbed them. He's touched them. His prints are going to be on the gun. Matter of fact, his prints are going to be on parts of the gun that may not be degraded. I don't know. I don't know. This is like,
even if he has prints on things that live together, that doesn't really mean anything.
And also think about it. If I'm handling the gun to shoot and fire, I'm going to be touching that place multiple times, degrading those prints, right? If you touch it once, then the prints will be pristine. But if I'm touching the gun in the same place multiple times, that's going to degrade. So I don't know.
But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it
somewhere.
I
sent you the link.
His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
Sorry, I forgot to
So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it
You
to you,
didn't
but I can't
describe
understand it
anything.
for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find
presented
it convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in.
All right. Sorry. She's talking nonsense right now. Since this is a legal channel, I got to pause it just to explain to you why that's nonsense. So when you're in court and you're doing a preliminary hearing, that hearing is to determine whether there's probable cause to go to trial. Now, just like if you're doing for instance, if you're going to a grand jury to see if there's probable cause, they allow hearsay to obtain probable cause. But when hearsay is presented, for instance, when you're in front of a grand jury, or when you're at a preliminary hearing, you can say, I heard that. The cops will say, yeah, I heard this from this witness. I heard this from this witness. This witness will testify, right? That's the hearsay. That hearsay is enough to say, hey, you got probable cause, you go to trial. Now, when you're at trial, you can't use hearsay at trial. You have to have the actual witness come in and say, I have this. That's because the Constitution demands that you have a right to confront your accuser. So at trial, no hearsay. Before trial at the preliminary stages, hearsay. That's what she doesn't understand. So everything she's saying legally is really just nonsense. The evidence, and if there's evidence presented at the preliminary hearing, for instance, that is not hearsay, obviously the government's going to use that. Like the video, like all that. That stuff will be presented. That stuff is not hearsay. So obviously, I'm just saying she doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm sorry I know people want to watch the video, but I'm sorry. I just had to clear that up for you.
Was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is
We
crazy that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check. If
Yes,
all the
we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want
1102.
to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys pull it up so we can show it. And
we're watching a fact check in 1 second.
Yeah. I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet is part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages,
Okay.
multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination said he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, it wasn't.
I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got.
It wasn't entirely hearsay.
No,
What are you
no,
talking
no,
about?
Just shoot her from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial.
agree, they
Swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
No, it wasn't.
I know. Listen, I just explained it for the crowd. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
She apparently, yes, hearsay is permissible, but it doesn't mean that everything that was offered was hearsay.
Yes,
because
and
you have people testifying on the stand the things they observed or they did, or that's not hearsay. They're there on the stand. Hearsay is an out of court statement. When they're in court saying it, it's not out of court. It's in court.
No, Kurt. She is correct in this. This is a pretrial. This is essentially an indictment stage, right? This is a pretrial to get to see if there's probable cause. At a probable cause hearing, hearsay is allowed. It's not allowed to show. Yeah, but I'm saying she's making a mistake here. So, in other words, because it's the cops saying this is the evidence I've gotten to go to trial. So I spoke to this witness, for instance. That the cop speaking to that witness is the out of court statement. So that's what's happening here.
I'm not disputing there was some hearsay.
So
I'm not disputing that.
What she's conflating.
Now we're arguing.
no, but I'm saying what she's conflating is the fact that they had hearsay at the preliminary hearing, but they're going to use that same hearsay evidence at the trial. Now, what I think she doesn't understand is that you can use that hearsay evidence because instead of having the cop say, the witness told me, you have the witness at the trial. That solves the hearsay issue, or you can have one of the hearsay exceptions. So that's what I'm saying. She doesn't understand the process.
Yeah.
Overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence, falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate. Before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
No, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace, you can't talk about the degraded prints, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
saying
that.
Infer off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
so this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew. Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said, the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing, that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference.
It's not
fact.
No, it's not.
Fact. They are inferring.
She's like the dumbest person in the world. What are you talking about?
I'm going to take this.
You're an idiot.
And
No,
I'm just
it's
going
not.
to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference.
Oh my God, she's
that
so dumb.
even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They
That's
are
not
inferring
hearsay.
that that's Tyler
Can you
Robinson.
walk me through the inference? So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy.
Yeah,
How do you
but
get
how
that
do you
inference?
get that?
I
How is
didn't
that?
say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
Okay.
was
No,
in the
but
inverse.
that's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible.
Are we talking about fingerprints or DNA?
Plausibility based off of the
She's now
facts,
confused
okay?
about her own
It is
argument.
plausible that
She must have
somebody
met
just took his gun and put it there.
fingerprints
That's it.
Is there equally,
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
Just
if,
so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it wasn't Patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is
Oh, I
Just-
thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of Patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Mhm.
accepting for some reason.
Yeah, I think at this point, I gotta agree with Candace. She's saying it's not all the evidence, but this is one piece of it that shows me that it could lead to him being a patsy. And this guy's like, show me how. He keeps saying, tell me how. And she's like, I'm telling you how. This is one piece of evidence that shows it could be a patsy. So I think you need to move on from it. I think he thinks he has her in something, but it's just not true. You got to, she's already answered that question. She's about to answer it again.
Reason in the Utah courtroom,
Yeah.
right, to say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I
A
didn't.
standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we
You
get a
can
fact check on
fact
that?
check
Can
it.
we pull up his
I
tweet
didn't-
where he goes
I
over the
didn't say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you
Okay.
named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it
Well,
was.
there's multitudes of things.
But what
that
are
I
we
find
talking
You
about?
didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to get a
evidence.
fact
We're like
check
at
on
a
that.
whole
You
nother
Go ahead.
point now.
You said the blurry image is coming up the steps. Quite literally,
Right.
when
Mhm.
Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard.
Okay.
And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he
Some
said.
evidence.
That's what flew on the
Okay,
stand.
but I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If
Yeah,
somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
for instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea that
their
on a
clothes?
college
Yeah,
campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue
What's
that. I'm just going to
absurd
let
about
people deal. Why is it
Okay.
absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd
I
thing to
don't.
say.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the
I'm
same
not
people
sure in
because they're both
context.
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
Can
is,
we get a fact check
Color,
on
but
it?
even
color
if it
the
is,
shoe, you have all this
again,
stuff.
And
What
it
is
if
was
we're
Hull.
utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going
Nah,
through your other
that's what we
evidence.
need
We
to
should
do.
find
Yes.
his tweet where he
Finally.
lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it?
Our team
Or no?
can't
No, I
You
didn't
didn't
tweet.
tweet. Okay, cool.
Her-
Just look
her
for. He
team
said
can't find
it.
it was his
Misspelled.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got Skylar
Alright,
has it. If you
so
want to
they
pull it
have
up so we can see
fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's
Mhm.
a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson.
Mhm.
The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
but it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
you
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming. Actually,
Yes, she did say
That's
that.
what I
it
That's
is.
true.
You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you're
I'm
wrong.
not.
It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of what I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Go ahead. Well, show it then. Can somebody
I was
just
here
pull
for
it up?
So what's your position here?
Yeah. So my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position.
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you thought was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not,
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing,
Can we pull that up?
Yeah,
You may have it.
By the way, Twigs himself said that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony and actually what Lance says is I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means that
happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable.
Well, again, Candace, just because it's a legal channel, I can't let it go. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's obviously wrong. Why? Because if Lance is on the stand and saying, this is my testimony, then they can use that in the real trial. Why? Because Lance is on the stand. Am I right on civil law?
Absolutely. I mean,
he's on the stand.
They're going to use what he says on the stand. They're going to ask him questions on the stand and presumably give the same answers. And if not, then they can impeach him based on the
previous
deposition. So it's fine because he'll be on the stand saying it.
And another thing that I think she doesn't understand is that just because he said it at the preliminary hearing doesn't mean it's thrown out. He's going to have to say it again for it to be the trial, but doesn't mean it's irrelevant. So she doesn't know what she's talking about. And this is just a hard law thing. She doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's using that to come to this conclusion.
about this.
And
Again,
I'm also on the use immunity thing. Like, I think he just had a good lawyer. He followed the lawyer's advice and got a lawyer. He actually did the thing.
Any
And
lawyer
it's
would
like,
ask for
yes,
use
you can
immunity.
ask my client questions, but I don't want his answers being used to try to convict him. Now, for the record, of course, it's not transactional immunity. So that means they could theoretically still try him for something as long as the evidence they used was not derived from his testimony that he provided. So if they have independent evidence, for example, the physical gun or physical fingerprints or whatever other physical evidence, they could still bring charges if they wanted to. They just can't use his testimony against him.
Perspective that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times. Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble.
That would be perjury. And also would kill his use immunity.
April 28th is when they...
Yeah, she just...
The use immunity is also predicated on him testifying truthfully. So if he lied and they can prove it, not only can they charge him with perjury, his use immunity also disappears, and then they can use his testimony against him.
Yeah. She obviously is just saying stuff because she's backed into it.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, she is absolutely wrong on what she's saying. Absolutely wrong.
Gave that testimony to the defense. I think they should.
And just so also clear, everything in that preliminary hearing is not hearsay. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
She keeps saying it's all hearsay. It's like, no, they weren't. They were witnesses on the stand. Testifying to things they did.
Yes,
that's not hearsay.
Does not know what she's talking about. If you're looking for Candace for legal advice, you are going to go to jail. She is an idiot when it comes to this. She doesn't know what she's talking about. That is not true.
Got it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he said much more than that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text.
Okay.
If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this. And I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, that just blew her up. I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well.
Now, I'll make this. Anything that Tyler says to anyone else, cops, boyfriend, whatever, that is not hearsay. Why? Because it's what's known as a party opponent admission. And in the rules of evidence, whatever the defendant says to someone else, that is not considered hearsay.
Now, to be fair on this, whether it's hearsay or a hearsay exception, lawyers do get this wrong because it's a very classic, tricky question on the bar exam.
Civil rules of procedure. Federal civil rules of procedure. It is not hearsay.
Yeah, the opponent statement is definitively not. It's just not hearsay. It's not a hearsay exception. It's just defined as not hearsay. And here they have the same thing in Utah courts. So they're going to say there's certain things that are defined as not hearsay, but like even lawyers will make this mistake. So this is a very odd thing to be like haranguing about.
So remember. So this is the part where she keeps saying everything else hearsay. This particularly is not hearsay.
What are we saying? It's not hearsay.
That are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
He's
reading the law.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure. Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so
you
the
didn't
judge,
say that.
when
You
you
said
said,
most
No,
of it
you
was
said the
hearsay,
whole
actually.
thing was hearsay. You
Yeah.
The
liar.
overwhelming
That's what
majority.
they said.
well,
Well,
You liar.
I'm leaning now into my
Candace,
opinion. That's
you're a
the scientific
liar. You said
aspects,
it
which
all
they
was
kept asserting,
hearsay.
like the federal rule 403 or 402.
Mhm.
Some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
Yes, you're
No, I'm not backtracking
backtracking.
at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like, let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
it literally
you
was
said
done under
it was
Utah's
all
1102.
Yeah, nobody
hearsay.
disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or
It
not
wasn't
most of
under
was overwhelmingly
1102. What
hearsay.
she even
it
means
was.
under
Yes, that's a
1102.
fact.
What
I'm
does
not
that mean?
backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you,
Yeah.
you watch the video hearing? It's like
Yeah.
they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102,
Mhm.
1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage,
Mhm.
but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a
No.
reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?
dispute.
Mhm.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's
No.
statements.
Well,
They were saying they had
That's overwhelming
conversations.
majority. We have backtracked.
Now instead of the whole thing with hearsay,
Now
it's
it's
an
the
overwhelming majority of hearsay.
Which is, I'm pretty sure even that's not true.
And then she said the whole thing is hearsay, but then when you read it, it says, "Oh, these things are not considered hearsay." The stuff that we're just talking about. Yeah, she's definitely wrong. She doesn't. So yes, again, like I keep explaining, hearsay is
We
allowed.
don't know
in
where it
some
came from.
instances,
All allowed at this
but
stage.
not. But
Okay,
the whole
but it's
thing isn't
hearsay.
hearsay. Which
So
But
is
even a lot of
saying.
that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like
Mhm.
when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you.
Mhm.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said,
Mhm.
your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy.
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty
Mhm.
direct.
Yeah.
Right. What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm
Yeah, she's trying to deceptively narrow his thing, this focus. Say,
Yeah.
oh, just look at these three things you said instead of the overwhelming evidence. It's very deceptive, but he's calling it out.
convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and-
from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
what
what I
do you?
was
Okay,
saying.
go
Yeah,
ahead,
that's
go
what
on.
she's saying.
What do you
It's
find to be more
evidence.
overwhelming?
Yeah, yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Ad
Yeah,
break.
yeah.
Ad
So
break.
if we're
Ah.
for me, it's the confessions, the text messages,
Okay.
all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion,
Confess,
that's the most
text
convincing
messages,
for me.
yeah.
Okay, we should
It is.
discuss the text message confessions when we get back if you'd like to.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived in
Did she
communities
buy an ad?
just outside of
Yeah.
Jerusalem called
On the thing, that is hilarious.
Yeah,
she
she
bought
bought
an
an
ad
ad.
to do a ad break. That's great. Wow.
So talk to
I
me,
mean,
Kurt.
I respect the hustle. I just
Yeah,
like,
the
wow,
hustle
that's
is
hustle,
real.
man.
So we've essentially heard nothing, right? Nothing here. They're arguing over specific points. But I would say this: what Candace is doing, from my point, and I want to hear from you in a second. But my point from what Candace is doing is she's saying, "Hey, here's one piece of evidence that may be bad. That means the whole thing is bad." And I think Andrew is saying, "Well, listen, there's a whole thing of evidence, right? Like for the shoe thing, for instance." He's walking, he's wearing the same shoes, he changes clothes, but you can see the shoes. Like there's a whole bunch of evidence about the car, the boyfriend, his DNA, all that would say he was there and he was doing these particular things. But what she's doing is saying, I reject one piece of this evidence, and that means everything is bad. And then even her legal parts about, this is all hearsay. So she's like, even that's fake. So it seems like she's built up all of this on stuff that's obviously not only just wrong legally, but even wrong in the factual sense, right? But go ahead. How do you feel about what we just
Yeah,
said?
no, I mean, I agree. Like she keeps saying it's like under 1102. That's not how this works. 1102 is a rule among many rules, but it doesn't mean the hearing is under that specific thing. What it says is that hearsay is allowed. but it doesn't mean that everything that's presented is hearsay. You're allowed to offer non-hearsay. And there was a lot of non-hearsay. You had people on the stand testifying to things that they personally observed, personally saw. You know, I found the weapon. I found the tapes of the campus. I conducted tests on the gun for DNA or fingerprints or whatever. That's not hearsay.
No,
They're testifying to things they personally, it's not saying I heard from a guy. Saying I tested these things, I saw this body cam footage, I did this investigation. So, I mean, I'm sure someone could actually do the math on it, but I'm pretty sure the overwhelming majority of the hearing was not hearsay.
Yeah, and because generally, if you just have nothing but hearsay, it's going to be hard to even get to probable cause. But you know, I want people to understand the difference between a cop interviewing somebody and getting hearsay and using that at the preliminary hearing. Hey, here is this, you know, this witness told me this, but because the witness wasn't able to make it. But at the trial, that witness is going to have to testify. That cop can't testify for that witness. So that's there. But what Candace is talking about like, for instance, the boyfriend or the trans partner, they were at the preliminary hearing and testified. None of that is hearsay. That's a first person's account. And if it wouldn't be hearsay if he said, yeah, my boyfriend, Tyler Robinson, said this. That's not hearsay either. So that's what I think she's missing. And then I think
the state introduces it because it's not hearsay, because if Tyler Robinson says it, it's not hearsay because it's a party opponent.
Yes. So
it's not hearsay either.
It's none of this. But so I understand what she's trying to do, but I want to see how they fight back with this. I want to see how they get to the point where it's okay. Here's the evidence, whatever the evidence is. And then it's like, I think at this point they should just lay everything out.
But
here's all the evidence and tell me why this doesn't make sense.
Also, on the underlying debate, the overwhelming debate is that the overwhelming evidence supports that Tyler Robinson did this. So if that's the debate, for at least for my money, Candace Owens saying, okay, the fingerprints of Tyler Robinson were the most degraded. I will concede that that's evidence because it makes a proposition more or less likely, which makes it definitionally relevant. But even if that's relevant, which I'll concede the point, I still don't understand how it rebuts the premise that the overwhelming majority of evidence points to Tyler Robinson's guilt. That's some evidence that might suggest against it. Fair enough. But the overwhelming evidence goes the other way, which is the entire premise of the debate.
Yeah.
And even at trial, by the way, we all understand, right, that even at trial, there will be some evidence that suggests Tyler Robinson didn't do it, right?
Yeah,
show me a criminal case where every single piece of evidence only makes it more likely the bad guy did it, right? Show me that case. It's a very, very rare thing to have. Of course, there's going to be some evidence that might suggest Tyler Robinson didn't do it. That was never in doubt in the first place.
But look how dumb some of her arguments are. Because there are other people's fingerprints on the gun that weren't degraded, that automatically means now you would say, but then you would say, okay, but now you're looking at opportunity means, right? Who else was there in that area? Oh, we have the picture of this guy here in the area. Who else's DNA with this guy's DNA was on other things? Like all that would lead to, okay, even though his fingerprints may be degraded for whatever reason, it's more likely than not, right? More overwhelming that it's him versus these other 5 people who we know weren't even there. We're hours away. So unless she's saying there's some clandestine thing that happened where they were flowing out there and then flowing back like the mob. Here is some super chats. Let me get these out of the way. Her ideas are a thought experiment. Her thoughts on Macron was fair. The Macrons were fair. Her thoughts after having a baby as a woman, should be ignored. Hormones after birth are a real thing. Yeah, but I don't know. She's giving her opinion on stuff, and it is what it is. Even though I think her Macron stuff is kind of crazy too. Nate, she was looking. Her speech pattern definitely showed.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic.
And Candace,
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching
Candace
the Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now.
Wow.
We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PVD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
No, hold on. They're there to try to defeat the probable cause showing, right? This is the reason why this is a probable cause. And the defense would come and say, this is the reason why I don't. Now, in a grand jury setting, that's true. It's only the prosecutor to get an indictment. But in a probable cause hearing, the defense does get to speak to whether there's probable cause and determines if this is relevant to that cause.
Relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession.
Listen, people, I got to say this too. People confess to crimes they don't commit. People do confess to crimes they don't commit. And I will also say this. I think this shows me someone who has absolutely no idea how the criminal justice system actually works. It's like, yes, he has a 4.0, but it's like, what was the guy? The guy who used to put the bombs in the mailbox? MIT grad, 4.0 GPA, and so I think
the Unabomber.
Yeah, the Unibomber.
The doctoral thesis guy with wave functions and all that.
It's like she's trying to make it seem like these things never happen when we have many, many examples of extremely smart people doing exactly what Tyler Robinson did in that sense.
It felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist, but then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that. If we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
But you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine
Well, no,
and
the
mass and
science
things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about
It was-
intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? You switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say,
you're an
I found some
influencer.
parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe
like
we
you
should,
said.
you know,
I moved it
see
to
at the trial.
125
That would be
catch up.
Don't you think Fed Slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all.
It's not a trial.
Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it. And I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse, being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
Yeah.
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no.
How do you know?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
prosecution
prosecution
you're doing is a cool story.
It's not cool.
You must have made it. You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? But they have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, Is this you? Is what's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe
Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the
with
mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him,
the father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, like, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do, we can pull them up.
No.
Yes. Are you
Because
disputing
that would
this?
hurt.
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
There
I
it
think-
is.
I can already tell
Pull
you
it
what
up.
you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this is
go ahead.
where we had
She
to
goes-
figure
she
out
said he
where
doesn't
this
know,
story
so-
came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates the point, because you don't
just
have
talking
a statement
trash.
from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not
the
correcting. It
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that
It does
we
negate
now
the point.
got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said.
She is filibustering like a mother right now. She's just talking. I don't know what she's even talking about. She's literally just talking, just saying shit just to keep the time going.
Yeah,
You said
it's
that
like,
Matt Robinson-
did the parents turn him in or not? It's like, but Andrew
But
Wilson's
she's-
like, I'm not even
Yeah, I'm
arguing
not even
that
saying
point.
that. But she's trying to prove it because, again, I think she's just wasting time.
And said that his kid was, you say, involved.
I want
don't wanna misquote you.
$300,000. That's
Confronted
what I
him
want
about
right now.
Confronted him.
Yes,
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
we can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Now, but there's evidence, but there's a charging doc.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the
All right.
charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
did you
back
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to,
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah. And then I think we'll go to if
a
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you
Mhm.
that it's not
Yeah, well-
concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's
That doesn't mean that
effectively,
doesn't mean
again,
that
the state
text,
saying these messages are real. You don't get the
but that doesn't mean the text messages aren't real. Just because the defense attorney didn't see them, here they are at the preliminary hearing. Now all of a sudden they're not real. That doesn't make any sense. Or they're fake. No, and that defense is not even saying they're fake. They said we haven't seen them yet.
discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what
may
they
not
are
be
saying, like I said,
fabricated.
if there
Okay.
was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
Now somebody
let's
logged
get
into
to
the
the
phone.
Just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct.
No, that's not what he said, but we'll look at it. All right.
What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages.
Mhm.
Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes.
Now I'll say this before we can go further. There's some hearsay in here and there's some not hearsay in here. The hearsay is the cop is saying what the father or mother said. That's the hearsay. So that's the hearsay part because the cop who interviewed them is saying this is what they said during the interview. Now you would ask the parents at trial to come in and say what they told the cop, right? In other words, tell us your story. So that's the difference here. So at the preliminary hearing, they're letting this hearsay in, but the parents are going to have to then testify at trial if they're going to use any of this at trial.
So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement. Which
So what is it? All right, what is it? She's going to tell us why it matters that he wrote a statement. The police interviewed all 3. This is what all 3 said, and now she's saying the only one wrote a statement. What? So I'm trying to figure out why is that important? That only one of them wrote a statement.
I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it.
to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I don't-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this
yes.
is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
Oh,
and speak.
this
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible.
Say anything that my kid is innocent.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be.
But that all couldn't have come from Mike. All right, so people understand why I'm saying that she's obviously lying here. The police officer goes on the stand and raises his hand and says, "I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God." Yes. Tell us what happened. I interviewed this person, Tyler Robinson's mother. And this is what they said. I swear, I interviewed Tyler Robinson's father. This is what they said. I swear that's what he said. I interviewed Mike Mitchell. This is what he said. I swear that's what he told me. Now she's saying that all the information came from Mike Mitchell and there's no proof. No, the proof, the proof is the fact that the cop says that he interviewed each one of them individually, not that he only interviewed Mike Mitchell, and he was told this by the other people. What am I saying that's wrong, Kurt?
No, that's right.
He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
Yeah, we're not talking about the text.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no.
They're
not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
No,
they're responding to the state's
evidence.
evidence.
Are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
like, if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds,
yeah, of course,
that's exactly when you would introduce
that. That's the preliminary hearing.
In the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN.
Yes.
They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever.
I just want to make it very clear. Right now, we've seen no evidence on either side. They've talked about a whole bunch of stuff, but he supposedly has evidence to prove his point. She's supposed to have evidence to prove this point. They've spoken around it and they've spoken about some of it, but it's just like, why can't they just be, here's why I believe what I believe. Here's what I believe. And then we go through it that way. But
the evidence to support him is the preliminary hearing, right? Because that's the evidence that's been shown, and that's the public information that's been presented in a court of law, and it's very persuasive. What evidence she has is very unclear.
Clever. Like, you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal, you can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. Yeah. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable, rational to me to be convinced. I would love to hear them. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying
there. Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking?
She's messing up here, though. She just told everybody that the defense was not allowed to make those arguments, right, for discovery. But now she's going and saying, well, why did they give them these items so they can make those arguments? So she can't have it both ways. On one instance, she's saying, well, they can't argue that at a preliminary hearing. And now she's saying, well, why didn't they give them the evidence so they can argue that at the preliminary hearing? You can't have it both ways, Candace. I think she's now just talking just to talk and not remembering what she just said earlier.
Asking for so that they can actually engage you. And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements
also-
now would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I want.
But she just said all the evidence is hearsay. That's not true. Why does she keep saying that lie?
I don't know.
Keep saying that lie. That's not true.
Oh, you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your
And you can hold me to those
filibustering
things,
now.
but I would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss the
said.
screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is.
Mhm.
When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
Makes sense.
You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into
Well,
it.
just to be clear,
Let's
and I'm
get the
happy
evidence.
to
All right.
have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but
All
I
right,
said
so
I
what is
want
she
to make
doing?
sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The
This
substance
is
of
the
our debate
substance.
This is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You
Why
don't
can't
find
she get
convincing
into her
again.
evidence? Okay, we
It's
get
been
that.
invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
Well, you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching,
Yeah.
nobody's giving,
you're conceding.
nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were
That's it.
or just up to now, the evidence that the state's given,
This is so
I'm just kind of not
painful.
convinced.
Just
That is not
if
what's
you're-
been happening.
here's what
What's
I'm
actually been
saying.
happening
Nice
is
and
that you've
easy.
made tons of
Come on.
claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
All right.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt
I-
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica
He's
Kirk,
asked
if you
about
want
the
to talk about
evidence
Turning Point
so
USA,
many
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I
Just
just want to
the
say that,
evidence.
like,
The
I do not
evidence.
feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we
What's the
exhaust this
evidence?
topic
Mhm.
first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What
Okay.
evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right?
Okay.
So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like we got him on camera taking the shot. at least we have them clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you.
Okay.
And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn
all right, people, I'm stopping it because what the hell is she talking about? She's just going through this. She's just saying all this, and he's literally just said, just give it to us. So again, I understand she's trying to just to salvage something, but she sounds like a nutcase right now. I don't know it's like, where are you going with this? This
is completely crazy to me that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale.
So if your husband is shot in the neck on camera and they take him and he has, let's say, his wedding ring, they're not going to take the wedding ring on and put it into evidence. They're going to take the wedding ring, like, here you go. This is his wedding ring, right? We know the wedding ring has nothing to do with him being shot. Here's his personal belongings, right? That's generally what happens, unless those personal belongings are relevant to the case. His wedding ring, not so much, right? So this is either exceptional ignorance, or she just doesn't understand just how the real world works. Does that make sense to you, Kurt?
Pretty much. I mean, it's just a bunch of nonsense as far as I'm concerned from Candace Owens.
That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence.
Why?
If you feel bad for her, I think you should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence.
Why? Why should it be in
immediately
evidence?
paving over the crime scene?
That's
This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys?
I think they don't understand. They don't keep every single thing just because it was there. We're looking for things that are relevant. If the ring is relevant, if the necklace is, if they're relevant to what happened, right? Then you keep them. But if they're not relevant, you give back things that are not relevant to the case. I don't know why this is so hard. It happens all the time. But she thinks you're supposed to keep everything for years. That's just not what happens.
I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
something?
I like this. After her speaking for almost a half hour, now let's go back to the question. Really? We're supposed to ask her that maybe 10 minutes ago when she was on this wild tangent.
If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just a good,
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? Mm-hmm. However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation.
Yes.
Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
Finally.
Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad
break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case.
Now we give
it back. Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break, and we'll be back soon.
I should have started the stream.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
Let me mute her.
Create a shoe that blends comfort,
function,
and luxury.
All right, so for the 1,000 for the people who are 1,500, here's a super chat. My opinion, Candace's strategy is to say a word salad so convoluted, no one can track, hoping to get Andrew in some kind of gotcha. She can hammer on if he mistakes on something. This is beautiful
For the debaters in the room, what she's doing is it's called gish galloping.
Gish galloping.
Yes.
According to cross-reference, the 1102 testimony related to the investigation, which will include non-hearsay evidence, is required to admit reasonable hearsay. Candace strikes again. Yeah, and actually when he read her that part, that was funny. He was like, let's read it, because not all this stuff is hearsay. Nate, what for you is nonsense for her fans is the supreme truth. She is having a wider platform to keep lying. I think that's on point. And it's sad because I understand questioning some of the stuff, but I think she's being deceptive in what she does. And like I played earlier, that whole I know, but you don't really know, but we really know.
I know now.
Yeah, but so no matter what she says, she can come back and say, hey, if it's right, I said I know. You saw that. No, she said, remember I said I knew, but I said I didn't know. So she plays like that. And there are a lot of gullible people out there who believe that. This if there's a video of Robinson shooting Kurt, does anyone believe that Candace wouldn't be calling it fake? She had called it fake. They did show a video in court. They didn't release it though, or planted because it's too convenient. Yeah. So
they just happened to have a video camera on that exact rooftop looking at exactly that part of the roof. What are the odds of that, right? That's the proof of the conspiracy. You can't win.
And then she's going to say, well, why? The reason why I think there's conspiracy because there weren't cameras everywhere. That's what she just said. There weren't cameras everywhere, so it proves a conspiracy. But if you had a camera on the spot, there was a camera right in the spot. It's too convenient. It's a conspiracy. It's beautiful though, bro. Her scam is so beautiful. She can sell anything. I know, but you really know, but you really, really don't know, but I know, but I really don't know, but I kind of know, but I said I know, but I really don't know. Take that. It's like it's so crazy. So at least now we finally get to the point where we're gonna figure out what is the evidence, right? We get to see what's the evidence she's going to provide. What do you think evidence she's going to provide that her stuff is not fake? It's true. What do you think?
I don't know. When she starts getting into Israel and Egypt and things like that, that's where things are going to be interesting, I'm sure.
I don't know. Well, this is the point. Listen, this is what we all came to see. If you're here watching,
are there a lot of joint Israel Egypt operations? Just incidentally,
I don't think so.
I don't think they're particularly on the greatest terms. I could be mistaken.
Listen, supposedly when we come back from this break, we're going to be watching what we came to see. We came to see hitting hard.
Yeah.
So this is what we came to see, right? This is what we came to see. I don't know. It's so wild too, because all her legal points, and I love if you guys obviously watching this, you notice what she continuously does with the legal thing. Oh, it's at the preliminary hearing, it's all hearsay, but then when they get challenged, it's not really all hearsay, but most of it is hearsay. Then you're like, no, not most of it's hearsay. Most of it's not hearsay. It's only a little bit of, oh, well, it's just because they allow
if I had to guess off the top of my head, it's probably like 85% not hearsay. I mean, that's a number I'm pulling out of my butt. I did watch the thing, so I'm just trying to like basically do a back of the envelope math. It's like, it's a lot of people testifying on the stand about things they did. Like when they talk about fingerprints, that's not hearsay. It's yes, I'm the FBI person. I did the fingerprint analysis. I did the DNA analysis. That's not hearsay. What is she talking about?
Yeah, because somebody in her team read that this is allowed hearsay, but she didn't read below it. And she didn't understand that most of the trial is probably going to be not hearsay. List of stuff not in evidence: Rode mic, yes, Freedom shirt, camera, SD card, his chair, the rental chair, his cell phone, video, Robinson walk-in station. Okay. He turned himself in, I believe, right? He turned himself in. And I don't think she had a real appropriate response to the whole thing about the family being interviewed by the police officer, right? She tried to make it seem like the police. So my understanding is she was trying to make the police officer goes on the stand and said, I interviewed the father, the mother, and this other guy. Candace is making it seem like the police officer committed perjury. Oops, I did pause it. I'll fast forward it. Yeah, it's fast forward. We're waiting. Good catch. It's fast forwarded. We're live. So
we're live. We're all alive. Or extremely alive.
So what was I saying? Oh yeah, so what was I saying? I was on the I lost my train of thought because I was making sure. I was like, oh shit, I'm on everything.
Since I apparently have a moment, I guess now's a good time as any to kindly remind those of you that might be following my work. I'm going to trial as lead attorney against the government of Martin County on the week of the 24th. It's a week from Monday. And so I've been doing a lot of last minute prep. So part of me being here is just to have a distraction
From that.
I've been working some huge hours recently.
But I will say this. You was getting a lot of hate for that case. I'm like, it's never going to survive a motion to dismiss. Now you're headed to a trial.
Yeah,
so all those lawyers out there who give you all that.
Yeah, there were a lot of lawyers who are like, oh, this is never going to survive. It's never going to survive against Martin County. It's never going to survive against the officers. Yeah, the judge disagrees with you. It is going forward against Martin County. There is a cause of action against conspiracy that's going forward against 3 people, and 4 police officers have lost qualified immunity.
And you're one of the few people
which anyone who knows how hard that is, it's like, it's not easy. But I got 4 officers lost qualified immunity. But a lot of the haters are like, yeah, you don't have a case. The judge seems to think I do. So, you know, there's that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the person said, Nate, you were talking about the family. Yes. I was talking about, I was saying Candace essentially is saying the police officer perjured himself on the stand when he said, I talked to his father, his mother, and this other guy. Candace is saying he lied and said, I only talked to this one guy and he told me what the family said. That's her proof.
Wait, is it 4 officers? Because I keep forgetting. We also got the private guy, the random individual. He survives on a 1983 claim. So, because you can only bring a 1983 claim against the government. So we have a guy who's not a police officer. He at the time was not the government in any elected sense, but we've got that to survive. We've got enough stuff. The judge says, yes, you can present to the jury that this guy was a de facto state actor. Despite the fact he wasn't police officer or anything else, he did enough things that if you can prove it to a jury, this guy gets under 1983 for being a governmental actor. So booyah to the haters is all I'm saying.
Yeah. You're going to try. Andrew got past. It's rare. It's extremely rare to get through qualified immunity. Like it's almost impossible. Go watch any video from any lawyer. They'll say it's almost impossible, and you've done it to 4 officers. So Andrew did it. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all works out. But I think it's a lot of lawyers out there.
Okay, so we're officially back, Andrew. Before we go into the other issues you want to talk about,
here we go.
Is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay. Beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be clear,
we
agreed to debate our claims. And then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit. I want to ask you if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendental.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. Actually,
You can say
just,
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your
Why are they arguing
energy
about
here
this?
is going
My
to be like
God.
you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
But I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the
We're
first
not
half of
debating
this
anymore?
about why.
This was
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a
this
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your-
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mhm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that
Another
information to
anonymous
Tulsi Gabbard's
source.
office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office.
Mhm.
And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be
Anonymous
able to probe
source.
any
Anonymous
evidence because I don't
source.
have the power to do that. I'm not the
surprise.
federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when
This is
people
her
say
anonymous source
this,
thing.
I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have,
who
and I'm
told
willing to
you?
have
Yeah.
that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the
I
information
agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if
That-
somebody
I
calls and
reported
says,
it.
hey,
Is your
Andrew, there's a
evidence?
viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
But how do I do any of that?
I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received it.
embarrass you. I just want to
What?
make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not
Yes.
said, yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me,
we can pull up the clip.
can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mhm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues.
Gotta get that chicken, man.
Because,
Yeah,
this
but do you
chick-
have positive evidence?
and
What? Hold on. So because he
I want some
went
Chick-fil-A.
and had lunch at Chick-fil-A, and he happened to have no gay people eat at Chick-fil-A now? Is that like a thing? If you gay, you just banned from Chick-fil-A? Do they ban gay? Like this is starting to become crazy now. This is starting to become crazy. It's Chick-fil-A. Give me a break.
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get
Like an
to
idiot.
for an hour and a half. Pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you
Yes.
that in any case, establishing a motive and
Mhm.
and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid. I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So
He
then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel
I
was involved
All right,
in
yes.
killing Charlie Kirk?
I have
skip
already
that.
said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's
The
involved.
general sense.
We
What
don't.
evidence do
Nobody
you have?
has made the claim that Israelis. There were also,
I mean,
obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day.
Yeah, that's very much possible. Just imagine if you were in New York, how many Israeli phones you would find, right? It's like, yeah, man.
There's probably a few
like to probe
Israelis who are at the college, I would imagine.
Narrative, because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
Could be
but we
now.
cannot
Could
say
be.
for certainty
Can't say for
that
certainty.
Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is
Possibly
definitively,
could
I think,
be.
a thread
I
that
know,
a lot
but
of
I
us would
don't
like
You
to
can
know.
say there's no
hold.
positive evidence.
There's no positive
whatever you
evidence.
want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want
There
to
is
say
no
it. I don't
positive
need to- I
evidence
can just
would
have a
be
conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what we've
point you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have
So,
any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated
I
in?
believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay,
Your
fair.
team,
That's-
is, your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
Here they're gonna go. They're going to show. All right, you want the context? We're gonna give you the context. Oh, they're gonna
you're-
blow up.
Some things about
It's just
Israel,
gonna
let's
blow
go.
her up. Yeah,
Yes,
it's gonna blow
you
her up.
said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. He said evidence that they
Here we
killed
go.
him.
Here we
I
go.
said this
Go ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people
though.
think their involvement.
Here we go.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're
Play the
referring
clip.
to a clip.
Play the clip. Let's go with the clip.
She's pulling a Nick Crocata right now.
Hold on, here it is.
My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Oh yeah,
I
full
also-
confidence.
I understand.
Yeah.
So
I'm
you
a
think
liar.
with full confidence, you think that
I got
Yeah, I
full
think
that
Israel's
France
confidence.
and
involved.
Israel.
Yeah. I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mhm.
Again, this would be
French
at a
Foreign
professional
Legion.
limitation for me to then go
Wow.
and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But
the
you
same
don't
Although to
have
person
be
any
who's ever-
positive
although to be
evidence.
fair,
Okay,
pause one
I
second.
don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Although to be fair, some people may not know this, but the French and their intelligence forces were well known for assassinating a lot of people back in the day. Before the U.S. really got into it post 9/11, the French were definitely the most, well, other than maybe Israel, but the French were definitely high on the list of we'll just kill your ass.
But
So it's maybe slightly less absurd than it is, but the French Foreign Legion specifically is slightly hilarious.
But let's not forget this point also. She just said, I didn't say any of this crap. And they played the video of her saying exactly what she just claimed she had never said. So
Yeah.
there it is. And I know her fans are going to pretend like that didn't just happen, but that's exactly what just happened here.
Keep saying positive evidence. I've just
And I'm going to read your super chats during the break, so don't worry about it.
asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying, do you
think,
have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes. That
you would
I'm
think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right? With full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work,
Good.
I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right? And I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
What are you
I can
debating
give you something
for?
that I think
This
with
one
full
of the debate
confidence.
is
I think with
about
full
the
confidence
evidence.
that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can.
What are we here doing then?
But why do you think it? Why do you think it? That's what we're getting to.
Yeah.
Like what is the mental process that has brought you to this place? What is the basis for this thinking? Thinking requires some basis. It requires a train of thoughts.
I'm at a debate. And
How do you think? Why do you think this?
Defend your position. Show me the evidence. I don't
have to tell you what I think. You kind of do. You kind of do have to tell me what you think.
What's the point of this
That's
whole
the
thing?
whole debate.
What's the point? Why are you here talking? Then if you got to say it and
Nate,
challenge.
You know what I think, Nate. I think that what's some absurd position I can do. I think that the police can come into your house anytime they want, and they don't need any reason. And I have it with full confidence. Now I'm not going to explain to you why I think that's true, but I'm a lawyer. You can trust me.
Pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing
I'm asking
it.
specifically
I think that when
why
this
you
is all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example,
tell us.
Where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government.
Okay.
Who's nameless.
Whose name is anonymous?
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to doubt
it. Conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements.
How do I know you made that claim?
So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that?
How do I know you made that claim?
This is my podcast. This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say it. If
I'm not trying to regulate anything. I'm asking very pertinent questions.
You're sounding a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
you sound very defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
That clip herder.
They can pull up whatever clips
whatever it is that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
that same higher up tell you that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
the French Foreign Legion and
passed on that message to Tulsi or Trump.
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office. Are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information. And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office. I didn't receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey,
emails.
All right, so just because she emailed them, say somebody's going to kill me, that's proof that Israel. Let's understand what we're talking about here. The proof she has that Israel and France were involved is that some mysterious person told her this. She sent it off to the government about some mysterious person says she's, and that's the proof that Charlie Kirk's assassination was Israel, even though the government didn't find it reliable enough to even investigate it. Am I getting this right, Kirk?
I don't even know anymore because it's like, yeah, I believe it, but okay, I guess we get French Foreign Legion from the France guy. I guess that's how we get to France. How are we getting to Israel though? She hasn't said. Did the French Foreign Legion or guy tell her about Israel too?
Yeah, Israel and France. This guy, he's telling her everything. She's matter of fact, we need this guy to be on the one so he can tell us what's going on because he's the one that's giving all the information.
This guy is a very high-ranking official. He's not very good about information
guy.
Security.
Yeah,
he may watch his own butt with the French.
The email was, I've been told.
I have information. Yeah, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that. I mean, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100.
Are you comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely.
So she didn't even tell the government who gave her this information. She just ran out and said, "This is what I heard," and then they never got back to it. So they don't even. So incidentally, that's her evidence. That's her proof.
Not for nothing, but how does she know this person actually is a French official? Did they call them and say hi? I'm the president of France. I speak with a French accent.
You know how bad this is?
Trust me.
This is just me making a complaint to the federal government. Hey, Netanyahu's trying to kill me. Somebody told me. And if they don't get back to me, then I'm like, okay, that's proof that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by. Like, no. I guess this is starting to get dumb.
Give them as much information as possible.
Can I ask a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because so if they
and right away in Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not.
I think those are two different things. That's more something totally different claims. Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
Because it's bull crap.
Well,
that's
the fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the source.
They probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie? No, her relationship. Like this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
But then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get the information? More of the information because it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a this has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent
just
the
because
email.
you sent a large file,
you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No, I'm asking, did you send
especially because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino. So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask one question.
The executive office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
So I'm surprised that called.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never made a report with the federal government.
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details,
2 hours and 47
officers,
minutes.
What the dog's name was, because we're not the only ones that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's office, services that were departments that were involved that day all believe there was a conspiracy, down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But you see how you say my sources?
My sources.
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on, I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit.
What do you mean her sources are legit? You dropped there's no source with a text message you drop. Like, what are you talking about?
So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they
these
keep
are
watching my
vibes
content,
and dreams.
because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
You haven't.
I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that
legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize
what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy. That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe anything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well, I mean, aren't most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
that's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in the chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions.
You haven't answered anything.
I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing's funny is
people act like I'm ground zero. I'll be fair with you. Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here.
What do you mean a legal pickle?
On my podcast.
Or yes.
I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that
hypothetical.
Mean? What does that mean?
You think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the
that doesn't show a
random backpack.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
No, they ruled them out as suspects.
Yeah, they ruled
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
what $100 million incentive.
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play a video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of. Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play the video.
She just said that she didn't want to get
going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it?
I do.
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added
That's
those
what
two
you
words.
said.
Okay, what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
I got to rewind that. Because I could have swore she just said complicit in his death. Right? Didn't she say that? All right.
there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Complicit
Those
somehow.
two thoughts
That's true.
was
Sounds like
100%
it's me.
responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added
It
those
didn't
two
say
words.
in depth.
Okay, so
Did
what's she
not say
complicit
in
in?
depth.
Yes. So sowing this
All
narrative
right.
that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview.
Complicit in what?
And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says,
Yeah.
"I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms.
Okay.
And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. When I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when, again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you
Complicit
let me
in
finish
what?
my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context,
Okay.
it's not going to work because I know what I say on my show.
Okay.
So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They
But
made the
I
arrest.
don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit? And in
Complicit.
what?
Yeah, I'm
what
trying to
I told you.
understand
She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How's
case.
she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed
Yes.
Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe-
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were
That's it?
talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips
She's
and
full of
take it out of
shit,
context and make
people.
it seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
She's a
But then
she's
why
a
not just play
bullshit
the full
artist.
thing?
She's a
Why-
bullshit
and-
Because
and-
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
Well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctrine in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was
complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions
She's just
backward
complicit
because
in
I did
believing
not
it.
have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting
For those of you who follow Candace Owens, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. I'm just saying. She's literally just talking nonsense just to avoid answering any questions.
actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building a home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so did.
Yeah.
You tweeted.
You think she's complete?
You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
I don't. Go for it. I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on,
that means he's involved in management.
I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate.
I was in it. She's just deflecting everything
on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decide to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
they
know
just
where
don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this.
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to
Well, I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything
Nothing to do with anything.
That you
has nothing to do with the claim.
And you're less critical of
nothing to do with any of this.
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical of.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the claim. Whether or not we are critical or not of Turning Point USA as an organization doesn't have anything to do with whether or not there's evidence to support the proposition that Tyler Robinson is not the killer, or that France was involved, or Israel, or Egypt, or any other country. So, like, I have a good opinion about TPSU. I have a bad opinion about it. I have a good opinion about Charlie Kirk or Erica Kirk. I have a bad opinion about them. What does this have to do with the price of tea in China?
I don't know, bro.
I don't know.
Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them, and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist,
and then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like, you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like, nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right? And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
both.
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
Because she went to the office 6 days later? Is that her beef? She went to the office 6 days later, so that means that's strange to her?
Why would that be strange? Why would that be strange?
A week later, it's like not even the next day. It's a week later. Like,
why would that be strange? That she wanted to be there and to see. Well, she could be there for a lot of reasons too. Some of them being emotional support.
People think she's sus.
Am I wrong? I mean, these were friends of her husband, and she could be there to, be a peer support group, or it could be a lot. What are we talking about?
And people sometimes go back to work
and
quickly
also
to help them get over it.
Also, what does that have to do with whether or not Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
No, but she's taking it off because this is the big filibuster. She's just filibustering now. And he's fallen into it.
Though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to take over
objective,
his company.
there's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule.
So
And the
Turning
interesting
Point
thing
USA
here
seems
is
to
like,
disagree.
I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I
What are we
think
talking
Erica
about
is
here?
underqualified to run
Perhaps.
that to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those
That
criticisms,
seems
but I'm not
very questionable
understanding
to me.
still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
All right, we got a funny
and
clip.
causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
what?
They panicked.
Huh?
That was that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay.
All right.
They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do
I
you
literally didn't
believe that
understand any of that.
there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I
But
didn't.
yes,
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I
it's
didn't.
like you
But
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back
Like
it up.
I said, this
Yeah, tell him back it up.
I don't need to say
10
what's
seconds.
happening here because the internet will clock it. But
Okay. Back it up 10
in this
seconds. Play it again.
episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory
Candace
that I didn't
Owens
want
is
to look
evil.
at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car,
Mhm.
right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like,
just making
what's
sure.
this? What's this? You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to make
is.
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam, since we release the second set of the photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw
No, it doesn't.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah,
There was
and
no
I think
damage
he's
to the shirt.
qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what
And
he
that's fine.
observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mhm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say
Back
I
and
just
to the left.
think that that's not
right, but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't
But
go
if
through.
air is-
But I also want to say that you're saying this
Yeah.
can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
Did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if they're
So
close?
they're written out, but that doesn't mean that he'd be
well,
qualified.
why are you
to do
able
it.
to assert your position as a
Because
fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
You can fact check it.
Your
Fact check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes. That's
Exactly.
fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I've seen smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
Yes, it's gonna have smoke.
I don't think that there's
It
any
does.
quality
It
version of
does.
video that would get us to be able to answer that
Now the
question
video
other than
quality.
Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers.
But they were all smokers.
That
yeah.
would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mhm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show,
Mhm.
I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's 2 clips your team wants to show. One of them is the
Okay.
Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Rob O'Neill clip.
Patrick?
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he
no
just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
When you
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5-minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, someone else in chat pointed out,
He
like the
said, "Out
first
to
thing you're
create a
going to
shoe
do
that
is
lends
move the person
comfort."
off the X. I mean, that seems like seems like a good idea.
Oof.
Isn't that first thing you do, move the person off the X? Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've obviously been critically wounded.
Hey guys
so
and gals,
getting
Vincent
them-
O'Shana here. My
Getting them
faith
to
over
somewhere
fear
to
line
get
is
them to a
taking off, and
hospital seems like a reasonable course of action to me.
My source is I made it F up, Jack.
I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, all her stuff comes from anonymous sources that she can't prove anything is good. Candace hates hearsay, but when the subcontractor talks to the general contractor and the general contractor says he talked to someone from the school admin and he says, as far as he's aware, the feds wanted the pavers to be removed, that's bulletproof. Hearsay on top of hearsay on top of hearsay. Great point. Just stumbled upon you guys restreaming this, and I'm delighted to hear. I'm delighted to hear Haya, Kurt, and Nate. Thank you. Kids is going to trip walking back mental. Yeah, I don't know what's like. Not like she's not answering anything. This is horrible for Candace, but you'll see what the minions say outside. But I think this really proves. Only she said is somebody told me some weird person from somewhere told me this, and that's my evidence. Or somebody said it, and I'm putting it forward. How many Americans have you heard use pooch sniffer when talking about a police dog? Not too many. Pooch sniffer, no. I expect her to get wrecked, but holy crap! I expected her to get wrecked, but holy crap! Yes. Does she have a problem with hearsay? Not if it helps her case. If it helps her case, she has no problem with it. I remember watching. Make sure this is live. I remember watching the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard trial with you guys. Now you guys are around making claims now you guys are going around making claims, but haven't watched the pretrial.
Yeah, I don't understand this at
watched the
all.
pretrial.
I don't understand this at all. I literally live streamed
Yeah, he
the
watched the
pretrial
pretrial
in
for
its
sure.
entirety. So I absolutely watched it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I didn't watch the pretrial, but I've read and kept up on some of this stuff. But I from what I've seen and the evidence I saw,
You can literally watch me watch the pretrial on my channel, Uncivil Law.
Can I give a straight? Can she just give a straight answer for once? Okay, word salad after word salad. That the public, I hate the way she talks. She has no substance. That's why PBD is ridiculous. He's letting Candace ramble, deflect points, and entertaining her conspiracies. He's not even trying to keep her on point. That's true. She's not on point at all. Nate, in my opinion, Candace is doing this like a crazed ex. She couldn't have Charlie, so she's destroying his legacy and family's lives as payback. Interesting. I hear a lot of people say that they think she's just jealous. How did France and Israel and Erica coordinate this murder, Candace? She's not well. Lance Twigg should not have been given immunity. If he's my client, before he says a word, he's getting use immunity.
No
if
shit.
If his lawyer lets him talk without some type of immunity, even if he's totally innocent,
You got to at least get Queen for a day, man.
his fingers on the fingerprints.
I'm not saying nothing.
He's
there's DNA on there's DNA of his on the rifle. There's DNA of his on like the Dremel tool and stuff like that. I'm his lawyer. You want to talk to my client? Yeah, I want use immunity.
Yeah,
you don't want to give it. Well, then I don't want to talk to you.
You got to give him use immunity. It's you won't give him the talk then. And if his lawyer doesn't get it, his lawyer should be disbarred. His lawyer have it. Because
in a case like this, with obvious death penalty on the line, you'd be insane.
Fingerprints are on the weapon. His DNA.
My advice,
is on the
my
weapon.
advice as his lawyer is go lock yourself in a room somewhere. And don't talk to anyone ever.
We
I'll
only
let you know.
Number one, you tell me what it is. Number two, we only talk if they give us immunity.
Yeah.
Because there's enough to take you to trial too, possibly. May not be because who he is or what Tyler Robinson, or was it to Tyler Robinson? Just my opinion. Call me crazy, but that's my opinion. Not calling you crazy, but just naive to understanding. This Lance Twigg has some real issues. You know, when they say when the police come back to you and say your fingerprints and DNA are on a gun, you're not talking unless you get immunity. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that's just where it is. Pounds are not a unit of energy. Yeah, I know it's
presumably she means foot pounds.
The engineer is breaking.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. We're talking about
or maybe
Newtons,
she means
right?
PSI or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're talking about Newtons. We're talking about energy, but Israel made physics. You guys are crazy. Can we do a FOIA request to see if Candace did send a tip to the government? But the fact of the matter is, the tip she sent didn't have any name, but I got it from this person. She admits she didn't send the tip with the source. If they got back to her, she would have sent the source. So if somebody just sending some random tip like this happened, somebody told me something. And don't tell me who told it to you. Then what do we have here? How do I even know that that's credible? So, all right, I'm going to pull this back up so you guys can see we are still waiting on them to come back. So, what are your thoughts so far?
Well, we've apparently moved away from the topic of debate, which is whether or not there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson committed the murder. And we've now moved on to other topics. And Candace Owens is being deliberately obstructionist. Well, actually, no, she's not being deliberately obstructionist. This is just her personality now. She would have to actually know she's doing it. And I don't know that she is. She's just an evil person.
You think so?
That's what I'm going with.
Well, it seems like what she's doing is anybody who says anything that could possibly discredit the investigation. And it seems like she's also she's dumb enough. Well, she's relying on the ignorance of the audience a lot. Like a lot of things, like she makes the preliminary hearing almost sound like it's just the whole thing is hearsay. Believing that, and then only put one part of the statute. But then when you read the whole thing, you say, hey, actually the majority of the thing was not hearsay. The vast majority of it was not hearsay. Then you got to understand what's the difference between, a probable cause hearing is a low standard. Is there enough evidence to believe that Tyler Robinson could have committed this crime? and whether it was a crime committed and Tyler Robinson is the one that could have committed it, yes, I think there's plenty of probable cause here. So now we go to the next stage. Now the next stage is you can't use hearsay. You can't do all this stuff. You have to do one thing. You have to now put the evidence in front of a jury and convince them.
I go so far as to say the evidence is clear and convincing, to use a civil terminology.
It would be clear. I would even say clear, but the stage is probable cause. And I think the government blew probable cause away. They blew it away.
Probable cause is like a 2 out of 10 standard.
Was there a crime? Was there a crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a crime. It's like, all right, if there's a crime, let's move to the next one. Is this the guy who likely committed that crime? Well, he's DNA on the rifle. He's at the scene. He's this. We got a text.
We got messages and text messages and Discord messages and I'm good. I was good long ago.
And then go to the next one. So it's, to me, I think, and I gotta say, I don't know why she doesn't put, like, she's not trying to defend her position at all. She's all over the place. Like, usually if someone says, well, why do you think this? She then goes directly on to, she's insulted him as this manosphere stuff. She's literally throwing everything at the wall to try to just survive this, it seems like. And I know she's going to go and claim victory on her channel, but she is not. She is she's looking really, really horrible here in terms of what she's trying to prove. Because from my take, she says that she believes that there's 0% possibility, 0% that Tyler Robinson is the person. If that's the case, then why? That's the question she won't answer. Why does she believe this is 0% chance? And anytime she gives a piece of evidence and people say, well, that piece of evidence is nonsense, it's an anonymous source. This is nothing that you can verify, nothing that's solid. Just trust me. Trust me, bro. And trust me because one time I was right before. Candace Owens is literally Eric Cartman of South Park episode Dances with Smurfs. So, but, you know, I love this video because this video I'm about to play right now, because I think it really, really puts it about Candace Owens and her. Where is it? I'm going here because I think it really puts into place the whole, you know, I know, but I don't know, but I don't know, but I really, really don't know. Because after she says this, you just don't know what her position is. You can come out of here saying, yeah, her position is she knew, her position is this. Let me play this. I'm going to play this one. I'm trying to find the one I played earlier with the I know versus I don't know versus I know. Oh, they're back. I'll play that at the next break.
More clips to play.
Okay.
Right. And then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip. Yeah. And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was
All right,
on
just
the
play
gun
it. Play the
itself.
clip. Just play the clip.
Yeah, so I'm
So
just
just
saying
play
that
it.
it's not ruled out. We know that there's
Play
5
it.
plus
Play
prints.
the
I've
clip.
said this so many
She doesn't
times.
want to play the clip.
I had to
Play the
rewatch
clip.
the
All right,
testimony again.
just
It's like
play the
9
clip.
hours a
So
day.
everybody else knows
It
what
got
you're
very
talking about.
scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all
Forces
3
and
of them
newtons, if we're
were on
doing
the prints when the only
scientific
person they
units.
officially named was
What are
Matt
they in
Robinson.
American
So we
units? I
don't
know
know
there's a
yet
term
if
for it.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints,
Hold on.
DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
Yeah, pound
All right,
force.
Well, this
Erica.
just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down
Yeah,
with me,
that's-
Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned, and I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of
That's
Turning
a
Point USA
monopoly
to say
term.
that she's
Yeah,
already
but
sat
why?
through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
That is strange.
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just
true.
think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Hmm.
So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
To my
to make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend
Um,
Erica. The
Yeah,
thing
well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of
Mhm.
time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks,
What's
and
gotcha
because I might
clips?
not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims.
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say
Yes.
I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mhm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to
What?
it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the
The
exchange.
debating. The
That's
do you
not
mean?
it. That's not actually what happened. We were
The
negotiating.
debate.
It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I
This
did
was,
not take an hour and a half to just pull out
crazy.
of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial,
No,
and
you
this
did
hearing, and
not.
I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
going to
account
get
for
you to
your
say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to
They're
be
debating about the
be
debate, and
debating the
she's
case
saying that
and
she
whether or
won
not
the debate.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere, and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I don't think 4 out
perception
of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
3.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims. That's which is why you're asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point
claims.
out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet Erica
claims.
is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well,
Yeah, that's a claim.
earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Yes, sure.
explaining the
That's me
claim,
responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you'd like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to
whole
play
The
from
one
7
more,
days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it. I was
No,
explaining to you.
no.
Okay, have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
This is so frustrating.
They want to hit the
Yes.
minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay.
Nothing's playing.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
7 days ago. Okay. What are we listening
We're
to?
playing to this, or what are we doing now?
They're looking at the screen, but I don't see it. I don't think so.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
They should have the
Yeah,
clip
I
ready.
mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The
But-
contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's
I'm
have it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Okay. What do we?
You guys have it in the back?
Really? Okay. I'm waiting for this.
Okay, beautiful.
Thank God. That clip is still not playing. We're all
This is a
looking
good-
at.
This is good use of time.
You
Your
need
team,
the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime.
Who?
Okay. Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has his
thing went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
I've
DNA
proceeded this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
But
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've
Right.
already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because
He is.
even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, you know. That's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with
All right, so
closings
let's
if
go.
you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah,
You can
of course,
remember.
but I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have
No,
them
it's
listed.
first-degree
Yeah,
murder,
that's-
obviously.
can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Because
you
question.
can't name
You're
all
just
the
not
evidence.
following it
It
enough.
seems
What
pretty
the-
like
what-
if
this
you're going to
is-
engage and you're
what
going
is
to
he
say the
talking
evidence
about?
is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty. I just think that you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's-
Murder. He's
You
being
can
charged
really,
with
yeah, no, this is
murder.
a great
No,
gotcha.
no, no. You just
What-
got to ask
how
me
can-
put
how
me
is this
outside
a
of
gotcha?
context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This is
question.
fair.
Murder.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
He's not being
Name all
charged with
7.
murder?
and I
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can.
hang on.
Ah,
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
Tough.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
the
It is
death
murder.
sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah.
Murder.
No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
It is murder.
Next.
So
What
just for
is she
people, no,
talking
don't.
about?
I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the
Aggravated murder's
difference
with
of
a
why
gun.
that really matters
Murder-
and
you
shows
murder
that he doesn't
somebody-
actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and
avoiding
because
the
it carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't
Oh
work.
my
And you'll be
God.
better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other one.
Give us the stuff. Come on.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you can't
No, it's
even.
not a
You
massive
cannot say
distinction.
murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux
Murder
of
or
why
aggravated-
him
it's
being
murder.
up for the death sentence.
Oh, aggravated
And
murders are
I
murders.
actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try
There's first degree
to
murder. There's
pull
second
this
degree
off. They
murder,
should have
there's-
charged him with just murder. And then
There's
I do
whatever this
also,
bullshit is.
again, want to
This is
stress
a
to
murder of some
audiences
kind.
that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the
Let
time,
me top this
but
up.
at least be
Is-
genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the
she did
evidence
know
is
one.
overwhelming that he's guilty.
It's
If you would like to
murder.
move to final statements, I'm fine.
It's
I want to make
murder.
sure Andrew has had the time
If somebody
that he
shoots
has
somebody,
requested.
I think your team
He's
would
being
like to
charged
pull
with
up the
murder.
7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the
what
7
is she
you went
should
through.
she really think that this is some gotcha?
Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication
Okay.
with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're
No.
just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You
should
want to
do it.
see it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
Before they might text.
I'm
it.
looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mhm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
So
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them,
Yes.
see 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I
I
only
would
have
say-
Signal. Telegram I used
I
in
would say
Russia,
this.
and that was
This
it. I
is-
downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
This
Yeah.
is all.
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about
Now
this
we're
case. I don't need to
checking
pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
Yeah. Aggravated
You
murder.
just said that you were done asking
is
all your
a
questions.
murder.
No,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There.
Yeah, do you have
Aggravated
the
murder
steakhouse
is
receipt?
a
Is my
murder.
question.
I have said several
Aggravated
times that
murder is
I
murder.
have,
Little
I
tiny
have
murder.
never said I
Little
have the
baby
receipt
murder.
for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you,
I never-
you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just did the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt
from
was
a source.
published online.
From a source.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that
Ah,
is behind that
so
story.
now-
Well, the reason I'm
Something
asking
about-
you
She's
is
making it
because
sound
you
like
always
it
include in your
was.
timeline that he
Yes.
traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building
Yes.
a timeline with things that we
Mhm.
feel are
She
But
just
is
said
there
it
any
was.
actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking
Yeah.
to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the
Mhm.
receipt is good enough to put on
But-
our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just
Mhm.
call the merchant
Well-
account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of
Mhm.
what took place on that day. That's where it's gonna stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If
Mhm.
that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I
Trust her.
did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
That's
To be submitted
definitely
as
not how
hearsay.
that works.
Well,
No.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
beyond
Gotta
that,
be
'cause they
authentic.
didn't even
but-
have receipts. They were like, Bob told
But
me
the
this.
question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have.
Yeah, it'd have to be
Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson,
say you're
right?
holding me
It's
to a
not good
higher
enough.
standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
No, that's the
I've been very
prosecution
forthcoming.
standard.
I've told
Mm.
If you can't just give a receipt that and haven't verified it is what it is, right? Even at a preliminary hearing, it's not just here's a receipt that we don't know. It's just some random receipt. You got to show it's from this store at this time from this particular person. It's called authentication. You can't just
And also,
introduce-
for what it's worth, it's in a hearsay exception because it's a regular business record.
yes. So
The
it's not
receipt
even-
is just a regular business record conducted by a business in normal business operation. So it's a hearsay exception.
yeah. So what she's saying is not even making any sense.
Back what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should.
You don't think that falls
And then
under?
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof.
Mhm.
Do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No,
No. Who do you think planted it?
if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy
It's getting
his
juicy at the end.
assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well, hold on. A police officer going to the roof after a shooting without a body cam says, hey, I found this here, and this and lines up, and that's what they go to court and swear to God, I found it up here at the roof, blah, 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 at this time, at this place, right? Boom. That's one thing. She's comparing that to someone put up a receipt that we can't verify that this is even a receipt from this particular guy, but I allegedly spoke to some people that thought they may have seen him, but the receipt that definitely shows he's there, it's unverifiable. So we're supposed to use that in comparison. That's what she's saying. That makes no sense. Until if she could verify the receipt, it's Tyler Robb. That's great. But the cop who's there now, even without the body camera, now given the body camera, the camera goes off. Now we have the issue. But the cop, matter of fact, there's no body camera of them finding the gun, right? Somebody else found the gun. So I don't know. It's she's so bad at this. It's just crazy.
Wait a second.
To a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do
adding
to people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, exactly. Yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it.
There's no evidence.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait,
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting
you
hairs.
didn't know that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary at all.
No, it doesn't
like,
mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux. Aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out.
That's
one of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 2 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like
There's nothing presented in that courtroom that has less evidentiary support. It's all supported by evidence. That's why this was introduced in the See, she doesn't understand.
Everything she says is massively infuriating.
Like, all right, so people, just because it's a law channel, I will lose a whole bunch of people, but because it's a law channel, everything is presented is evidence. The difference is whether that evidence is admissible or not admissible, whether the evidence is relevant or not relevant. So yes, everything is evidence. It's just and the preliminary hearing is determining, hey, this is relevant and this can get you. So that's what we're trying to do. I don't know why Candace doesn't understand this, but it seems like she doesn't know.
I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
cool.
You can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay. Thank you.
No, I would disagree with that. I am going to disagree with Andrew here. There is evidence. You have the 2 people, witnesses allegedly, again, Candace has named them, that say that he was there. That alone could be used in a preliminary hearing, right? If a cop went and interviewed them and said, hey, I spoke to this person, and they said he was here at this particular time. That hearsay, Candace is right, would be admissible in that context. But that receipt would not be admissible because that receipt doesn't tell you anything. And you don't know where that receipt came from, who that receipt. So the receipt itself would be inadmissible unless because you would need all that other information. It's not a complete document. But what you would do is the state would go in, let's go to the merchant records, or the merchant records say this card was used at this time, and that's how they would verify it. But now the problem I think Candace has is that the receipt is more valuable than than them saying, I saw Tyler Robinson, the 2 people say, I saw Tyler Robinson here, and he used the card. The receipt would be the thing that makes or breaks it. If the receipt says he wasn't there, wasn't his card, that shows that their account may be wrong. Versus if the receipt says that he was there, then you have another issue. So that's the issue I think people are missing.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5-minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
This has been incredibly infuriating. This is not a debate. And Candace Owens is out of her mind. That's all I have to say. It's out of her mind. I don't know. And she won't even tell us, incidentally, what the basis for her thoughts are on Israel or, except that, I heard it from some French guy, I guess, apparently.
Question, has the defense contacted her? No, they haven't.
I wouldn't imagine. I wouldn't want any piece of this. She doesn't have anything to say.
No, she's trying to, you don't know what the charges are, but the charge is murder. We all know this charge is murder. It's not even, not even close.
Because he didn't state the right flavor of murder.
Yeah. Did she record the call with the restaurant owner? I believe she did. Maybe she did. But yeah, because all right. So it's like saying you have strong-armed robbery where somebody beats you up. You have armed robbery. You have an armed robbery. Somebody uses a gun, and then you just have robbery. So if somebody says the person's being charged with robbery, they were like, "Oh, well, you didn't say the person's being charged with armed robbery, so you don't know what you're talking about." No, what do you mean, right? And in this case, you have 1st-degree murder, 2nd-degree murder, 3rd-degree murder, but you're saying, "Hey, the guy's being charged with assassinating Charlie Kirk, which is murder." She's like, "Oh, but it's aggravated murder." What the hell? It doesn't matter, right? We know it's 1st-degree murder. So, it's sad because this is I don't know what was even achieved here. This was $300,000 worth of nothing because the only thing she did was either say she didn't say it or say she didn't say the exact words, and then all the evidence she brought up is just that I heard it from a guy. Or I had this anonymous source, or she went to the office 6 days later. And because she went to the office 6 days later, that's the reason why I think she was complicit in the killing. And when I said she should go to jail, I was talking about monopoly and not Erica Kirk, even though we were talking about Erica Kirk at the time. It's like none of this is like, it's like it's so bad.
The thing about her going to the office just strikes me as very odd for a point of criticism, because like we don't really know why she was going there. And these were friends of her husband and presumably friends of hers. It's not like, you know, it was something she was completely disconnected from. She could have gone there for the purposes of camaraderie and support and trying to check up on what was happening. I mean, there could have been, I mean, it's a very odd thing to say to my mind. We can put the volume back on if you want.
Great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded, because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right.
Well, that was a massive waste of my time, but at least it got me distracted from real life legal things because I needed the break mentally.
Let's play
so
this.
Just been frying myself, and I was doing legal work even during this debate.
This is where we kind of left off. We can't just left us.
Oh, but something's wrong with
typing
this.
and stuff. I was doing legal work.
We don't know. But we know that something's wrong with this.
We know.
I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs.
Because
it's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know.
No.
Okay, I don't know, but I know.
I know.
We don't know, but we know. So do not stop asking questions. I don't know. No. but I know.
That was his whole debate. I don't know, but I know. And everyone else knows. And we all know. But we don't know. Because we really do know. If you know what I mean.
I'll be also happy to debate this for $300,000 if someone wants to give me. I don't even care.
$300,000 to just
you can just tell me what side of the argument am I on. Just tell me, am I pro, against? Tyler Robinson did it. I'll debate it for $300,000. Just let me know. I'm a lawyer. I'll take any side that's paying me. I'm a mercenary. Let's go.
Yeah, but the thing is that like she's made some interesting claims, but it seems like she didn't. All right, to you, did she bring any evidence for any of her claims that were of any substance?
No, absolutely not. No, she blatantly refused to. I don't have to explain what I think. I'll tell you my thought process.
Yeah, it's like, no, if you're saying Tyler Robinson's a patsy, there has to be a bag of evidence that you're saying this is the reason why I think he's a patsy, and we can go through that, right? And her evidence was that the evidence, her belief that Tyler Robinson was a patsy was essentially that all the evidence they provided, even when taken together, didn't prove that he was beyond a reasonable doubt. And it was because of that preliminary hearing. And you're like, well, hold on. The preliminary hearing, number one, isn't designed to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. We're just trying to make sure we have enough to go to trial. It's just the guy who did it, and was there a crime committed? Yes, you check off those two boxes, you're past your preliminary hearing. And second, her big issue with the preliminary hearing was that they were allowed to use hearsay. And then I love the way she said the whole thing was hearsay to make it seem untrustworthy. Then it was part of it. Then when he showed that, hey, matter of fact, most of it's not hearsay, only a small part of it. Then it became, well, even though it's not hearsay, it's possibly hearsay. Now I'm using hearsay just like the prosecutor's using hearsay. So it's like a total shit show all the way. But I think at the end of the day, hopefully people will wake up and say, like, hold on. She says, she crashed and burned this one. I really think that she came to this maybe because she needs some cash, extra cash, but she probably, and $300,000 just to go there and just try to say, I don't know anything. I have all these anonymous sources, and people trust me because I got one thing right 3 years ago, and that's why they trust me. It's like Tasha K with Cardi B. Tasha K, yeah, I got that, and the fact that she's being sued by defamation by all these people would make me think something's up with this. But Final thoughts.
Candace Owens is evil.
Listen, I know, but I don't know, but I really know that what you're saying is accurate. With that being said, like, share, subscribe. We do all that great YouTube stuff. We out. Peace.